Maxilla, what is up, dude? You place a high value on being first. So, what have you been up to all day, man? 9 millimeter Mike, what's up? So, we're going to do something a little different today. We are going to roll the 20-sided die to see which knife it picks out, but we're also going to start with this thing. I don't know if you didn't see the video when I opened this thing up. It is trash at cutting anything. Like, the only thing this can do is pop tape. That is it. So, I'm going to show you how bad these cuts are, and we're going to see if we can sharpen this up with the diamond paste. I'm curious. I don't expect much, but we got to try. I mean, this thing is so bad. And this also means I need to find a different ceramic blade that's actually sharp. Like, this is a safety cutter, but I thought, you know, short blade, rounded tip, it could still break down a box. No. It can just cut tape. Nothing else. Like, I mean, for $4, what do you want? But we got 4 people watching right now. We're gonna wait till 5 o'clock on the dot. We'll roll the die and we'll see what it picks out. Field your guesses now for what we get. Midnight. Yeah, I was just telling the guys, we're gonna open with this piece of crap and see if I can sharpen ceramic on the diamond paste on the strops. But we got 7CR17, the 4034 stainless, whatever the hell this is. I think this is 8CR, and then we got the mystery hot dog steel in the Gerber that no one knows what it is, and I guarantee you I'm going to have to take that pocket clip off right away. But yeah, I was excited about this, and then I tried it out. Yeah, what have you guys been up to today, man? I got up at 2 a.m. and went to work, and I was there until 2 in the afternoon. Like, I clocked in at 4, but I was still there until 2 in the afternoon, so I'm gonna be like all punch drunk and loopy at like 9 o'clock, and according to you guys, swearing a lot more, which is believable. And I'm not sure why, but it seems like we're getting better lighting than we normally have for this. Dang, y'all been doing nothing. Jason Beecher, what is up, man? We're gonna do something special. We're still gonna roll the die and see which knife we get tonight. Oh, brake pads, nice. Yeah, you always feel like you accomplish something when you do brake pads, even though they're not that complicated. Hey, beautiful. Yeah, we're gonna try this thing out first. Once we know which knife we're running. But yeah, we'll get that in like 7 minutes here. I'll show you how bad this thing is. Fook, what is up, dude? So watch how bad this is. Yeah, this thing absolutely does not cut. So we're gonna see what we can do with that. Well, I only call certain people beautiful. You gotta earn that. You gotta earn it. So we can field our guesses now for which one we get. We got that Miscellaneous, the Cold Steel 1911, the Duratec liner lock, and the Gerber paraframe. Well, I can't tell whether or not you're ugly from here. Just to guess, what is up? Okay, we're going to let Fuchs Dice predict what's happening here. But, yeah, like, the only thing this can do is pop tape. Like, that is the only thing it can do. Like, I get it, safety cutter, but where's the package? They allow you to easily break down boxes with handling safety in mind. Okay, like breaking down a box includes more than just cutting the tape off. Well, I mean, I haven't seen these people's insides. I'm no surgeonomist. But yeah, like it's a safe way to break down boxes. A safe way to not cut cardboard. Break down boxes, my left ass. All right, Fook, what do you got? Yeah, like their opinion is all you want to do is cut tape. That's the only thing you want to cut. All right, well, that's a pretty wide spread. I'm not sure we can do a lot with that information, Fook. Like, I don't want to throw hours at cutting with the paraframe. I really don't, but I do want to see how the steel holds up. Like, I wish they would identify what it was. That's what kills me. Like, they won't tell you what the steel is. It's the dumbest thing. Yeah, so I mean, it might run like a 420J2 for all we know. We did not roll yet. We have got 4 minutes until we roll. Like I've been telling the guys, we're going to roll. We're going to pick a knife, but to open, we're going to take this safety cutter, which isn't cutting anything, and see if we can sharpen ceramic on diamonds, on diamond paste. Yeah, I believe the Duratech is the 8CR. Like, we've done 8CR. I'm not super worried about it. However, that would be probably a joy to cut with all night. I'm more interested in the 7CR, the 4043 stainless, or whatever the hell it is, and the mystery steel. Ah, Cheeto coming in hot. Yeah, I got a feeling the paraframe's going to hurt, and it ain't going to take long to do it. I could be wrong. It might be like a hell of a slicer, but, you know. As again, like, I get why everybody gives the paraframe so much flack, but, I mean, again, for what it was and when it was, it's still decent. Like, it's, you know, it's not going to hold up to anything modern, like modern new, but still, if this is all you had to carry, you'd be fine. However, I am very curious about the edge retention. T-minus 2 minutes, gentlemen and lady. Yeah, at some point I'm going to have to acquire more boxes, but I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 huge boxes with shredded cardboard in them. Oh, so Metal Complex did a community post with like what looks like a really badass $23 knife. I am excited about that thing. It's on my wish list. I've got to decide whenever I do buy something again, whether it's going to be another budget knife to play around with, or get a very cheap fixed angle sharpening system and let you guys know whether or not you can do a good job with one of those. Because of course, most of us here are looking for whatever we can afford. You're talking about $35 versus $120 for the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. Yeah, War Spear. That's it. Yeah, I took a look at the War Spear, and that thing actually looks really damn good. Like, I like what I'm seeing. Like, they would have to commit some serious fuck ups to ruin what that design looks like it's supposed to be. All right, time to roll. D20 of fate. Decide. 13. Fook, you did it again, you crazy bastard. The knives just kind of go in a box. Like, they're used and none of them are expensive enough to be worth reselling. You know, you're talking about reselling a knife for maybe 10, 20 bucks if I'm lucky, and then having to deal with shipping on those and the amount of time it takes, and it's just not worth it to sell them. Like, it's not. All right, so this will go off to the side while we do our other thing. But yeah, there's like a nice box of knives next to my foot that's all kinds of crap. Some of it hasn't been tested, so it'll get rotated in. Some of it is stuff that was tested, so you know, we're gonna just I'll figure out something else to do with them and some more content with them at some point here. But just so you guys can see what we're dealing with here. Like, that was not a cut. That was not a cut. So we're gonna pop the blade out. And this is what our blade looks like. So like I said, we're gonna play with this on the diamond paste on the strop real quick and see if we can't get something out of it, because I'm curious. If this can be sharpened up with that diamond paste, this gives us options for ceramic blades. This gives us options. And I am seriously looking at trying to figure out a... Oh, wow. Punisher, what's up, dude? Yeah, so the pivots, if you don't already know this, the best way to deal with them is to just get some thin oil in there and open and close them until the oil coming out is clean. That is the easiest way to deal with those problems. I've got an FRN knife that belonged to my uncle that he used to get through airports and stuff back in the day. That is stabbing someone once. Matter of fact, let's get some cardstock out so we can check how we're doing. It's like a... oof. Did something already happen? Oh, nice. Yeah, if I don't have to take something apart, I don't. You know, and like there's a channel called Scout Crafter. This older guy is like, seems like the nicest guy in the world, but for the longest time he was doing resto mods on old wrenches from the, you know, 1880s to 1930s, and cleaning up a lot of equipment, and he is pretty damn adept at it. And that was one of his tricks. He had some kind of light oil mixed with a transmission fluid, 50/50. And that's what he used to get all of his pivots on everything working again on tools that needed it. Personally, I can't do that because the smell of transmission fluid would drive me up the damn wall. It smells like cat piss. So I don't mess with transmission fluid unless I'm forced to. Well, that's the thing. Like, I want a sharp ceramic knife so we can do a cardboard slayer with it and see how long it either holds its edge or breaks. I'm figuring it's going to tweak sideways and snap, but it might chip out real bad. We don't know. You guys, I think we're actually sharpening this thing. I think we are actually getting it sharpened. I think we are making this an unsafety cutter. No, I'm not going to get a burr. That would be hilarious. That'd be some Chuck Norris ass shit. Chuck Norris can get a burr off a ceramic blade. Let me tag the end of this I'm working on. There we go. Chuck Norris's beard can create a burr on ceramic. You know, I'd love to say something, but you know, we've been taught how to respect knives and handle them safely, and we still get cut. Guys, this is working. And like, you know, I've been told there's like a $7 ceramic knife at Harbor Freight. But I've seen some guys say that they bought their ceramic knives and they were dull as shit. And some guys have said they're incredibly sharp. So we just want to see this thing cut. That's all we want. Yeah, yeah. No, it's actually getting better. Like, it's getting better. I don't want to sit here for the next 3 hours honing this thing, but I'm willing to bet we see a difference. Watch this thing snap on the last drop. Holy shit. Well, I mean, it was either the diamond paste was going to do exactly nothing, you know, because it's ceramic. Or this is going to be just crazy enough to work. Stupid enough to work. Stupid like a fox. Okay, so one thing we are learning here. Diamond paste and grit progression does so damn much. Absolutely not shaving. Now, I think if I had sat here for enough hours, I could get this thing shaving. I think. Josh, Josh, what's up? I was going to say numbers, but I failed. So we're seeing if I can sharpen ceramic right now. So far, results are positive. This is not going to be the sharpest edge on the planet. We're just looking for improvement because out of the box, this thing could not cut shit. I think it would have struggled to cut water. But so far, it seems like we have made a difference. Holy crap, yes, we did. No, dude! Yeah, you're right about that, but look at that! Look at that! I just sharpened ceramic. Go where you live. Okay. The blade's too short to get a full cut. This might not be doing as much as I thought, but no, it's cutting if you work with it. Would you believe that? Sorry, I'm freaking out just a little bit because I sharpened ceramic. And that was what, 15 minutes? And we made that much of a difference? Wow. And that was Temu Diamond Paste. All right, Midnight, I appreciate you dropping by. At least you saw this. Yeah, it's cutting. That's the thing. If I was willing to spend a lot of time on it, I could have gotten it shaving sharp. That is crazy. All right, I'm going to finish this piece of cardboard and we're going to move on to the knife of the night. That is some shit, guys. You know, if we had a way to reinforce the banana well enough to do that. Okay, let me look up this knife real quick and make sure I know it's ACR 13. Yeah, it's ACR. So we've done the cardstock here. As short as the blade is, it's really hard to control enough to do these cuts. But it cuts. Like that is that's awesome. I'm gonna shut up about it now. All right, so let's take a look at our edge. Let's flick the bean. Sweet. And this is barely used factory edge. All right. So we know we're good to go on the edge. But really, this is just a question of ergonomics on an $8 knife. This thing cost $8. And no, sadly, I don't have a pizza box for you tonight. I'm so sorry. So we're working with the Duratech Tools knife, the liner lock version that cost me $8. Oh, that is such a nice cut. And this has got a nice full flat grind on it. Like, I don't know how they got away with this for $8. The Axis lock version is $15. So we're gonna call the start time 5:20. You're ordering pizza, so you have the pizza box, and I don't, you son of a bitch. That's what you're. I'm on to you. That's what you're doing. Shit. I can see through the bullshit. Amazon, actually. I think they're up to $10 now. Like, this makes the Harbor Freight Gordon knife look terrible in comparison. But if you want, I'll grab the link off of Amazon and post it here for you to take a gander at. Well, the only thing that I found was the axis lock version. And that is $15. Yeah, this version might not be available. It might be discontinued. Yeah, the Albatross, it's pretty middle of the road. But yeah, I know it's a bold claim. However, I have carried this for a week. I have carried the Axis Lock version for a week. They are good. Marco, what is up, dude? Marco, you missed it. I successfully sharpened ceramic. Yeah, I mean, like, I figured there was a decent chance I could with the diamond paste, but I wasn't sure. I had to try. I bought a cutter that was dull as shit, and disappointed by that. But that gives me hope. Like, one thing on my list is picking up a ceramic knife to do cardboard slayer with, and see how well the edge holds up and whether or not it chips out. It may snap if it gets sideways in the cardboard wrong. Yeah, no, I totally get it. You know, this again, if you can sharpen, not a big deal. I think I've only got a couple of Damascus folders. I've got the Civivi Elementum that even though the Elementum is a known very good knife, I still need to carry it and do a review on it, but I'm so worried I'm going to drop it. So worried. Like, I've got a... Is that a good thing for an engagement, or is this an approvable relationship? That's the question. Oh, good deal. Because I think we all know a few people that have made very, very, very bad marriage decisions. Me being one of them. My assistant department manager had a baby yesterday. So that is a way to procreate, and also our jobs got a little bit harder. A good bit harder for the next 5-6 weeks, something like that. Oh yeah, 55-pound crush test. We're going in. Now, for those of y'all that are probably not interested, a few days ago, Electric Callboy, formerly known as Eskimo Callboy, and Baby Metal released a track together. The concept is cool as hell. The song would be great for me if it was more in my wheelhouse. For me personally, it's kind of mid, but it's well done. All right, folk. Which, that should be a dead giveaway for how little I've had going on outside of work. You know, I do wish I was the kind of person that was capable of having a fish tank. However, I tried, and nothing I did worked for the fish staying alive more than about 10 or 11 days. I tried the blacklight reactive tetras, bog standard goldfish, little catfish to clean the sides of the tanks. I couldn't get shit to work. Oh, what was it? There was a goth synth, like an 80s goth synth version of I Glued My Balls to My Butthole Again that was fucking magnificent. Like, I'm waiting for him to do You Could Use a Fucking Lamp, or You Look Like You Could Use a Fucking Lamp. I glued my balls to my butthole again. Oh my God, what did I do? Okay, that cut's not happy. Nice. I don't know why, but this thing does not like cutting past a certain point on this box. So we're just moving on. Oh, cool. I pulled too hard and now my sack's stretched out like a fucking foot. Well, we're giving it the works. Yeah, at some point I need to get the hang of like modifying stuff, but I don't have the energy right now. That being said, I'm pretty sure I know just enough to do some basic shit. At some point I'd love to design my own folder. Okay, we're going from 55 crush test down to 44. This should be better. Yeah, the first thing I'll design and sell, it's not even going to have a blade. It's just going to be scales with a tip-up pocket clip on it. That's it. That's the most important thing. It's tip-up, which is the Lord's carry. I mean, if it works, it works. You know, I feel like if you were to take one of these apart and you had plenty of time and plenty of patience with a file and some finer tools, you could probably work yourself something out and get it together. But Lord, at the amount of patience you'd have to have. Now, you know what? My first knife is only going to be a pocket clip. That's all it's going to be, and it's going to say tip up on the side. That's the first thing I'll design. Well, I mean, ADD, you're gonna focus in on something that you're locked in and is interesting, right up until the moment you're not. But if you can make it over the finish line before your ADD wears out, or before your hyperfocus wears out, you're in good shape. You know, I'll tell you something interesting, is the existence of Bluetooth speakers now kind of hurt my feelings, because I currently don't have a use for one. However, I have driven several cars that had no stereo to speak of in them. And I can't tell you how much better life would have been with a decent Bluetooth speaker in there. Like one car, there was no wiring for it. There was no nothing except for an empty spot on the dashboard where there might have used to have been a stereo. One car, it had the head unit. So we took a Walmart Rampage speaker. And it was just the bare speaker sitting on the floor of the car. So I'd take a 3-ring binder and a couple of shirts and make a box for it, and it sounded way better. And then a buddy of mine would get in the car, and he decided since he didn't do it, it wasn't cool, and take it back apart again. And then I have to set it all back up whenever I got in the car the next time. Like, I just love the silliness of that. And there was a while there where power was cut to the house we were staying at because, you know, none of us had jobby jobs. All right, Punisher. We will see you in a bit. But yeah, no one had jobby jobs. So during the day, because we were paranoid about the neighbors seeing it and reporting it, because somehow they knew when they didn't. But we go out there and we take a couple of wrenches and we pull the meter out and we jam the wrenches in there where the meter used to be to cut the power back on. And then, you know, we cut it back off at night. And, yeah, I was using a portable CD player. And I think at that point I still had the remains of an old pocket rocker, which, if you know what that is, you're fucking old. But I had gutted that thing and, like, disabled the tape playing part of it. And just wired a headphone, what the hell, the plug-in. Wired the plug-in directly to the speaker. So it was usable as a portable speaker. And we ended up using that to listen to music at night. And eventually we were just like, yeah, fuck it. And left it plugged in, or left the power on. But there was one point where, fortunately, we had these electrician's pliers with super, super thick insulated handles on them. And that saved my ass because at one point I'm plugging the second wrench in and it just kind of leans to the side and that thing touches the side of the box. Giant blue flash of light. And the wrench welded itself to the pliers. So after a few minutes of realizing the bullet I just dodged, I separated the pliers from the wrench and stuck the wrench back in the box, only more carefully, because I learned nothing. However, I did warn the guys about it. And one of the guys that went out one morning to cut the power on was using garden shears with, like, the cheap ones with just plastic handles on them. And he did the same thing, and because the plastic wouldn't conduct electricity, he came out of it unscathed. But he walks in the house and he's got the wrench welded to these garden shears. I was like, dude, I tried to warn you. I tried so hard. And the Lord did not see fit to take me home due to fear of my awkwardness. Guys, if you're just watching, pop in and say, hey, join the chat. I promise you we are not a hostile people. We are just an obviously bored people. I just poked myself. Did it draw blood? It did not. Okay. Very tired and already getting careless. This bodes well. So let's see. At work, we had some of those cardboard tubes that rolls of film come on. And I used like 3 of those to turn a shitty computer speaker into something that my entire part of the shop floor could hear. One friend of mine, we had nothing but a drill, and he was trying to build a box for a speaker. So I used the drill to just punch holes all the way around it until I could punch the particle board out in the center. And we got the speaker to fit approximately, like for the most part it fit. Oh, well, fucking Lay's stacks. Who wants those? That's just lame. But no, so we ended up getting the speaker in the box, and it didn't quite sound right, so I drilled a bunch of more holes in the back and punched out a couple of really fucking crude ports on the speaker. And it worked. Like, it wasn't a professionally built box by any stretch of the imagination, but it was together and it worked. And I tell you, that's one of the few times I wish I would have had a phone back then with a camera on it, because I was actually kind of proud of that monstrosity. You're like, I'm gonna go grab something for dinner. Wait a fucking minute, it was Lay's stacks, not Pringles. You know, it's like you could have had Dr. Pepper, and you're like, no, I want Mr. Pibb today. Like, you could have just said you gave up on life. I mean, the Lay's stacks are just a cry for help. Hey, what'd you do last night, man? Lay's stacks and crying alone in a dark room. What about you? Let's see, do we have some more tame cardboard for right now? We do. This roast brought to you by the Pringles gang. Give me a few minutes, I'll think of more ways to make fun of Lay's stacks. Honey, break out the Pringles. We have company. I've never known the love of a woman, but I have Lay's stacks. It would be amazing if somebody from Frito-Lay just happened to bounce through right in the middle of that tirade. It didn't happen, but that'd be hilarious. Oh shit, one of the guys that I used to work with, good kid, I liked him, but he said he stumbled across my channel at random, which is hilarious to me. Like, I stumbled across one of my like another coworker that I had, which was again another good kid. I liked him, but completely random, I stumbled across his YouTube channel, which was the last thing I expected while I was doom scrolling shorts. And the thing is you know, his channel, he's just kind of watching clips from movies and playing as dumb as he possibly can, like reacting to them. And I do mean he makes himself sound like a world-class idiot. And he is gaming it hard. But like the last time I looked, his channel had like 36,000 subscribers. I was like, how the fuck do I do that? Obviously not with what I'm doing here. And of course, you know, I hit that 1,000 subscribers mark, so first thing I did was jump into YouTube Studio and be like, earn, yes, please. No, 3,000 hours of watch time and apparently 10 million views on shorts. So I can reach one of those two. So it might be another 5 years before I can turn on Super Chat. All 7 of you that are watching, share the channel furiously. Let's get it up to 10 million, like tomorrow. Now I need to get some editing software and then put my YouTube shorts on top of somebody playing Subway Surfers. That'll do it. I'll go ahead and bring our first fart for the evening in. And of course, we're going with the Ninja. We lost a viewer on that one. Like 4 seconds after I started. Ah, wonderful. And no, my boobs weren't meant for posting. I mean, hell, I can't even practice nunchucks in my garage anymore because someone might get pregnant. Yeah. The pads of hot glue on these things from where these things are glued together are not fun to cut through. think. Some of the other speakers I made, I had a, what was it? Might have been I think it was a 1997 Mazda Ranger, and had these boxes for gaming cards that were about yay long, about yay thick, and about yay tall. And I took some small speakers and wired those in and wired them to the head unit in the truck, just to get some extra sound out of it, which surprisingly worked. Like, it didn't add any bass, which is what I really wanted, but it did fill the cab out a little better. I've done that. Had those tucked behind the seats. Actually, there was a car that I had, 1995 Kia Sophia RS, which that car is what you would end up with if Dollar General built cars. And I put a system in that. However, when you're using Pyle speakers from Walmart, P-Y-L-E, you're going to get volume, but not bass. And you can hear that car from like a quarter mile out. So that car also lacked air conditioning. And I don't even know why they ever sold cars without air conditioning. That is not worth the money that you save. And so I'd have all four windows down. And every so often, I just kind of slow roll through Walmart, the parking lot, with that thing turned all the way up. So if you're in the right area, people get all excited and start looking around to see if they can see a nice car. And I've seen some faces get real disappointed when they figured out that was the thing making the noise. It wasn't. Like, it ran and drove, and it was clean when I got it. However, years of working outdoors and smoking a pack and a half a day and everything else definitely put the wear and tear on it, and it became a shitbox. But it wasn't a nice car to begin with. That was just a car. Alright, that's our next big ass box of cardboard shreddings. Like, this is the smallest box of cardboard shredding that we have. Get out of there. Okay. Wow, the chat's been dead forever. Holy shit. Come on, I sharpened ceramic for you guys. Yeah, I think. Oh, no. You guys are here, but we got like 9 people watching. And I'm wondering if they're the kind of people that's just like, I'm nervous about commenting, because I used to be like that. I'd be like, I don't have anything interesting to add. hide. Words are hard. I've been awake since 2 a.m. It is now 5:55 p.m. And I can't really go crash until around 2 a.m. because I got to wake up at like noon. So really, I got to be awake till about 4 a.m. And I am going to be 100% of a zombie all night tomorrow night when I'm closing. And I would have done this stream on my day off, but I'm opening the next day. So I've got to be out by like 6:30 p.m. Like, I don't mind waking up at 2 a.m. to go to work and open. It's just, like, let me just open for a while. Don't have me opening and closing in the same week, you know? Like, even if you're in my shoes where you have medication that gives you some say-so in when you decide to go to sleep, it still just fucks your shit up. It's like, you know, the day before yesterday I had to wake up at noon. Today I have to wake up at 2 a.m. I mean, here's the thing, like, we have no need to be doing that at all. You know, we've got 3 team leads and 2 managers. You know, and what we were supposed to be doing is the team leads were going to rotate shifts. You know, month and a half opening, a month and a half of mids, month and a half of closing, and circle back around. So you had a consistent schedule, and you weren't coming in exhausted with a fucking headache and a really fucking short temper every other day. Like, it's not necessary. We've got enough coverage to make it work without having to do that to everybody. You know, it'd be kind of different if we had like a 3-person management team instead of a 5-person management team. And like, I never get the mids. I'm either opening or closing. There's pretty much never a mid. That means one of our team leads is getting a lot of mids. There was no real boobs talk, dude, outside of saying that mine aren't meant for posting pictures of. Like, how much do you want to see the unfortunate middle ground of not enough chest hair to look manly, but too much to look clean? You only missed me roasting the shit out of Lay's stacks because they're garbage. Like, you could have had Pringles and you bought Lay's stacks. You could have just told us that your mom still hits you. Well, here's the thing, like, there's the right amount to look fairly burly, and then there's the right amount to be pretty much clean, you know? And then there's like a point where you hit the unfortunate middle ground where there's not enough hair to, there's not enough hair to present that really, really hirsute, manly-ass look, but there's too much to really show up as clean, necessarily. I was like, bro, why'd I get stuck in the middle? One or the other would have been good. So like the facial hair, like I've grown a full beard in, and there's still bare patches in the middle of it, which are they're in the most unfortunate spot. It's like, bro, can I not catch a break in the follicle department? You know, the only thing I got is the hair from my mom's side of the family where it thins out a bit, but you don't go totally bald. Whereas my brother got his hairline from my dad's side of the family where he was like bald as shit by the time he turned 24. Big old bald spot. You know, he could do a Devin Townsend. He could do a Devin Townsend and just let everything around the bald spot grow long as hell. You know, maybe go for a bit of a Hulk Hogan. But then he's have to start calling everyone brother. Like, even if he had a girlfriend. Hell yeah, brother! Well, I think without visiting a stylist, it's very rare that someone can actually pull off an intact Hulk Hogan look. Because that's just not what hair naturally does. Like I said, it'll end up being a Devin Townsend. Far, far dirtier. I don't know. Like, if you really wanted to present as an enormous douche, Hollywood Hulk Hogan's the way to go. Like, I remember, like, I'm not a diehard wrestling fan. All right, I loved wrestling when I was a kid, like in 1985. I quite thoroughly enjoyed Hulk Hogan quite a bit. I was a fan, and then I fell out of it, and then I came back for a while, around the time WCW and like they split off with what, NWO, I think, like two separate enterprises. And yeah, like I was there for the Hollywood Hulk Hogan era, and it's like, this is kind of cringe. And then Sting with his face painted like the Crow. I was like, the only reason this is working is you're appealing to an audience who's never seen the Crow. You fucking... I can't think of the word now. How did I just lose a word entirely? Especially making fun of somebody. Blasphemer's not quite the word. Damn it, how did I lose the word that I wanted? Completely, like I'm totally blank. Yeah, like you're looking at like 1997-ish, somewhere in that window. Because like at that point in time, you had Hulk Hogan going through a... What is the fucking word I lost? I can't tell you how much that's going to bother me until I completely forget that it existed. It's not blasphemer, but it's something in that vein. Yeah, I wonder if they were mandated to have lines of blow ready for Macho Man when he did those Slim Jim commercials. Yeah, wrestling's not something that survives the nostalgia goggles too well. Monster trucks are a different story. Those have just been getting better and better. Like, that was the thing, is I go to a friend of mine's house, and every Saturday night, I'd crash over at their place, and we'd watch WWF, and then we watch Monster Jam. Always been a fan of Dennis Anderson and the Gravedigger. But yeah, no, I remember when Hulk Hogan was going through his problems with the Avalanche, and constantly getting his ass beat left and right by that guy. Goldberg was fun to watch. The Rock was fun to watch. Yeah, no, Gravedigger was definitely my favorite truck. I went to the Super Bowl of Motorsports one time. Like, I ended up having to sneak in because a friend of mine's mom promised me a ticket if I took care of some stuff for her, like some yard work or something. So I was like, hell yeah. And then we got there and she didn't have the ticket. So she ended up just handing the wad of tickets for like 6 people as we walked through before she could count them. Before the ticket lady could count them. Yeah, see, I missed out on a lot of The Undertaker. Like, I'm not sure how. Like, it's just the exact periods I was watching, The Undertaker wasn't active. Like, somehow I completely missed out on that fun. Of course, those old wrestling games on the NES, those were fucking great. Again, won't survive the nostalgia goggles, but they were great. I am starting to feel noticeable edge wear in the cutting portion of the knife. Jesus, what the hell? Or it just doesn't like this cardboard. I mean, the Undertaker had a fantastic gimmick. Like, that was a hell of a character. And I mean, to be able to physically survive staying in the game for that damn long is in itself impressive. Like, you look at where Mankind is now, and the kind of health issues he's dealing with, and the almost complete lack of mobility he has. It's just like, bro, was it really worth it? the hell? This cardboard hates being cut. Where is something I've put an edge on? I think we may have already noticeable edge wear. That's no bueno. And the thing is I put the other Duratech knife through. I think that was before I turned Cardboard Slayer into an ordeal, which may be why I didn't catch this at first. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that somehow I've watched a bunch of wrestling at like 3 different periods of my life. Completely missed Undertaker. Like, which is a bummer because I'm like a huge sucker for gimmicks exactly like that. And then one time, Undertaker drove Gravedigger, and that's how the universe started. Nobody walked away from that stadium that wasn't pregnant all of a sudden. There would have been lawsuits for child support, but Turner Broadcasting saw ahead of things, and they decided to make you sign a disclaimer before you went in. You had like a whole waiver. Well, I mean, Hulk body slamming Andre the Giant actually happened. But still, just think about the sheer fan service ass reaction if Undertaker drove Gravedigger one good time. You talk about a bunch of guys losing their fucking minds. Yeah, that's the thing I was looking for is I don't know, but like that would have broken the high-speed dial-up. That's a joke about the internet that poor rural people get. Don't ask how I know. I used to be one. I used to be poor rural people, but now I'm just poor. I missed out on that. I think I remember hearing about it, but I think a lot of that stuff was happening when I was, again, poor rural people and didn't have internet in the house. The TV picked up, I think, a couple of channels, if that. Like we were way too far out there to get much reception. So like I missed out on so much stuff happening, and of course the people I was hanging out with also weren't interested in a lot of that stuff. So we basically lived like the internet didn't exist. And then when I did get internet, it was just, all right, I'm gonna hang out on MySpace all day and play Mafia Wars. Like we got a dial-up internet, and I tried to watch a YouTube video, and I shit you not, I walked away and left it loading for 10 fucking hours, and it would still only play about 12 seconds at a time before it stopped and buffered again. You talk about absolute garbage. They eventually brought high-speed dial-up out there and made things a lot easier. But God, that was so bad. And then when I got my first smartphone and we did have 3G out there, I was like, all right, well, I'm good. Yeah, for the time being, until we can't swing it anymore, we've got a fiber optic internet, which, like I got fiber optic to make gaming a bit easier. You know, I figured reduce the ping rate, it'll help me out quite a bit. What's going on, man? Soul 1D Shark. I might have gotten that right, maybe. But we got the Duratech liner lock knife with a 8CR13. So at this point, we're just testing the ergonomics and what the factory edge do. And it's been an hour. I'm fixing to do the cut test on paper to see how it held up. Although you missed it earlier, I sharpened ceramic. So that's a thing I can do. I still can't remember what the hell that word was. Damn it. It'll hit me tomorrow about the time I wake up is what'll happen. So this part feels a little bit rougher than most 8CR13 after the first hour. Oh, nice. So I'd say we're seeing a little bit more edge wear than normal for 8CR13. Like, I know that particular variety of cardboard is also not liking being cut to begin with. So hopefully when we move on to our next chunk of cardboard, life gets a little easier. I've still got to learn how to freehand sharpen. Like I mentioned it a few times, but Yeah, I've never actually gotten around to sitting down with it. Like I've got some freehand sharpening stuff that may or may not be okay. I don't know. So, you know, once I got that Ken Onion belt grinder, it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm not hand sharpening shit. Sergio, what's up, dude? Speaking of hand sharpening stuff, when I'm at Blade Show, I'm definitely going to keep an eye out for Outdoors 55. Kind of hoping he doesn't have a huge crowd around him, which I don't think he will, but you never know. He has a lot of people watching his stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure I mentioned it since you got here, Sergio, but you missed it. I sharpened ceramic. You know what? If you're going to buy a Sharpen's Best pull-through sharpener and you're the kind of person that attends Blade Show, you deserve whatever the hell you get. All right, I have a couple of pull-through sharpeners like that one where you sharpen the credit card so it can cut a tomato. So, a ceramic utility cutter. It cuts now. The Knife, YouTube, and Brad. Yeah, I was gonna say, do what now? Please provide clarity. I'm interested. Yeah, so this thing is actually cutting now. It's not the best edge on the planet, but it's a shit ton better than it was. And if I would have, like, I spent about 15 minutes on the strops doing that. If I would have spent another 20 minutes or something like that, I probably could have got it to at least factory edge for most knives sharp. Sharpens Best. So he got beef with somebody else on YouTube. Like I've... It's like the only person I know who's really been trashing pull-through sharpeners hard was oh no, it was complete trash out of the box. I mean, absolute trash. Oh God. The next 6 boxes I have are all the same box as the one that we just struggled to cut up worth of shit. Good times. We'll take 44-pound crush test. Oh, okay. Now I'm smoking what you're rolling here. Yeah, my limited experience with like pull-through sharpeners and stuff like that has not been good. But that was before I started finding all the cool stuff. Oh, that is bad. That is bad. Okay, let's see if this cut will cut this. Yeah, so that is what I got off of this thing after my sharpening job. Yeah, I'm sorry, but if I caught somebody doing that, oh, I'd be roasting them so bad. Yeah, one of the things I'm going to do if my funds allow is I got a couple of $35 fixed angle sharpening systems set up in my wish list, and I want to get those and test them out for you guys. Oh, God, this thing is cutting like shit now. I was like, hey, bro, you didn't have time to practice pulling the knife out from under the table without being seen because you were too busy in the shower with your dad? You know. Okay, so what the hell is this thing doing? Oh, yeah. Well, to be fair, a self-inflicted review is not a review. Wait a minute, is the Sharpen's Best the one that has them little crossed cross things on springs that when you pull the knife through, it just kind of pushes them apart? Oh, the little red stick looking one. I don't have that one. So, the factory edge on this thing took an hour to pick up significant edge wear, which is crazy. Like, it's cutting the cardboard like shit now. Like, I don't even feel any resistance dragging it across skin here. What do we want to do here? Do we want to strop this thing up? Do we want to reprofile the edge? What do we want to do, guys? We've done the cardboard strop thing. I don't know if you've been here long enough to see my stropping system, but I've got diamond paste going from like 24 micron down to 2.5 micron. That's how I sharpen the ceramic. That should tell you how good it is. Reprofile. All right. Well, 18-degree edge it is. Give me a second, guys. I will round up the equipment and the box. We got a reprofile, and I'm already committed. Because this might just be the angles on the factory edge doing this. And now that we've mentioned it, I kind of want to see it. There's our 220. And I want to say it again, man. This thing was worth every damn penny. We have done one, but would you like to pick one out, sir? We've already done the Ninja. Where did my Sharpie go? All right, Grim Reaper it is. I think the second cycle has a good one in it. There we are. All right, so we got the edge all magic marked up. Oh, that's why. The edge on this thing is really, really obtuse. Like I'm grinding away at the top of the bevel, but there's still magic markers showing after this. I can't tell if the viewer count went down after the Grim Reaper or because I started sharpening. Yeah, there's not even a burr coming up yet. This is a precision adjust, the mid-range that comes with all the stones, but not the digital angle finder and the other things that come with the pro version or whatever. Also, hey Gravy Seal, what's going on, man? But I gotta tell you, man, this thing has been worth every damn penny. Well, here's the thing, man. Like I said, I think something I have coming up soon is going to be testing out some much cheaper version alternatives and seeing if they are good enough for, you know, guys on an incredibly tight budget. I am still not feeling a burr come up. I'm left to wonder if this is just straight up junk steel. Yeah, it says it's a 8CR13. Well, the factory edge was garbage. I'm still like grinding out low spots in weird areas, like right up here at the tip. So I think we can blame the factory edge for the box cutting woes. Still not really feeling much of a burr. Yeah, okay. So we'll try working this edge down and see if we can't get a burr to pop up on the other side. This is you guys know this is way too much work for an $8 knife, right? Yeah, no, the edge angle on this thing was terrible. I mean, it was absolutely terrible. Now we're starting to get a burr. And like, I have no idea how I begin to test an edge angle before I did this to it. Like, I really don't know how I'd go about that. So, Ray C, welcome. I don't know how to use a whetstone. What I do know is that this sharpening system here will get a knife ridiculously sharp, especially if you have good strops. This by itself will put a hell of an edge on there. I'll go through once this is sharpened, and I've got diamond paste embedded in 5 different strops, and go from 24 micron down to 2.5 micron, and that takes it to an insanely sharp level. You know, it's probably not as sharp as other guys can do it on whetstones, but this eliminates developed skill. Like, I don't have to have any developed skill to use this. And like, I've attempted sharpening on stones in the past, but I did not have good stones to work with. I was working with absolute garbage stones. So for the longest time, I was just sharpening on a bench grinder. Just zip a new edge on there on the bench grinder and drag it through a piece of wood, and done. Which, for the kind of work I was doing and the kind of use I was putting it through, that worked just fine. Huh. So, like, the thing is that $13.99, once you add shipping in, gets out of reach for me, at least for right now. But I do need to get one of those just to give us some more information on what we're dealing with on these things. Okay, I feel a nice strong burr on that now. Hey, I finally used that thing the way you're supposed to. All right, let's move to 320. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is right now I can't even afford a ticket for the struggle bus. I mean, it's taken fucking months to save up for Blade Show. And even then, I'm pretty sure what I'm going to have to do is just go in there and wait till day 3 and start scoping for deals. Unless I find the exact right thing right out the gate. You joke, but I have hit bone before. But yeah, if you'll stick around long enough, I'll show you on a couple of paper cuts what this thing will do before stropping once I'm done. Give you an idea what you're looking at. Yeah, fortunately, I don't hit bone very often, just that one time. And I don't think I ground this side as far back as the other one, but... it should be good enough for what we're doing. Oh yeah, it started getting a burr. Once I flipped it over to the second side, that's when I got the burr. But yeah, like, I'm in a very light use environment, so I don't really put these knives through a hell of a lot of torture because the environment I'm in, there's not a good way to do that. So a lot of this is like we do cardboard slayer to really take a look at the edge retention in the best way I can do it. And that gives us a decent metric for what to expect out of them. You know, like HCR13 is supposed to take 2.5 to 3 hours before the edge wears out. We got an hour out of this, and I'm entirely sure it's the factory edge's fault, not the steel's fault. I think I can see one area where I do need improvement, and that's getting the length of the bevel the same on both sides consistently. It's like it's close enough, but not quite there. So I should have spent more time on this side. However, this has brought the live stream to an absolute crawl, so we're going to run what we got. Thankfully, we are on to the part that goes fast now. Okay, that's our 600. All right, let's magic marker our edge down. Bill, what's going on? Yes, sir. You sharpen until you get a burr on one side, and then you flip it over and do the other side. The only thing I've done wrong here is I got this bevel nicer than the bevel on the other side because I didn't spend as much time working on that side. So we got uneven bevels, but they're gonna be nice and clean and sharp. But yeah, once you start feeling a burr pop up, that's when it's time to switch sides. And one of the reasons I do the magic marker on the edge is it shows you where you've been and it shows you where you need work. You know, now that we've gotten to this point and we're past the rough grits, this goes super fast. It's something I can take care of myself. Like, you know, I'm not going to pirate off of your cash, especially since we're all strapped here. That's what we're doing here. You know, the angle edge finder isn't that important right now. It's like I'd love to get one of those sharpness testers everyone uses, the best, but those are like a few $100. Which maybe I can get it for myself with my bonus getting towards the end of the year. That would definitely be handy and make my channel look a lot more legitimate. Because again, it's just yet another fixed data point. You know, at some point, I'll probably end up setting up an address to send stuff to, with several caveats. So I really need to set up a P.O. box before I start doing too much more sending stuff out. Have you guys mailing shit like your used underwear and stuff in? Huh. Yeah, I don't know enough to know if there'd be a difference between the kind of angle finder you do that with and the kind of angle finder you use to find such a small area. You know, the only reason I'll have any confidence that this is 18 degrees is because that's what I sharpened it to. Second tier, what's up? So, I managed to sharpen ceramic, my dude. And that was just the diamond paste on the strops. You know, it sharpened enough to do better significantly, but it's still not great. But if I would have spent another 15-20 minutes on it, it probably would have been sharp enough to count. I will say, though, how tiny the dingus end poking out is, it would have made for a very difficult cardboard slayer. I thought maybe it'd be all right, but nah. Lads, we are almost at the end of the road. But we got the Duratech knife on the roll, that liner lock, and the factory edge was garbage, so it lasted an hour before it really struggled to cut. Yeah, I mean, the guys that are regulars here have seen this done a couple of times now. I think we've stopped and reprofiled a knife twice now. So they've definitely seen what this thing can do. Patrick McCarthy, what's going on? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Yes, this is the Work Sharp guided sharpener. Works pretty good. It's an understatement, dude. So the 20-sided die picked this knife out of 4 knives. It's the Durch Tools liner lock knife. Overall, fantastic knife, but we found out the factory angle on the edge was absolute garbage. So normally 8CR13 will take 2.5 to 3 hours to start crapping out. This one took an hour, and the edge was so damn obtuse. So we are reprofiling it right now to 18 degrees so we can go back in and give it a fair shot. And because it's 8CR13 and we know what 8CR13 does, we've done a couple of 8CR13 blades in the past. We know how long to expect it to last. So if I can physically take doing this for that long, we'll know what the reprofiled edge does. Okay. Fuck it. Yeah, now we're on the ceramic, just polishing it. Hopefully the squeak isn't too bad on you guys. All right, we'll move on to the strop that it came with. Oh yeah, no, I've sharpened enough stuff on this that I've gotten a pretty good idea what's going on. Oh no, strop. Brother, you have no idea what kind of stropping this thing's about to experience. I just had someone that was interested in seeing what how good this thing is by itself. So we're using the little tiny strop it came with, but I have got a 5-step stropping system that is all diamond paste in the leather, and just the strops and the diamond paste sharpened ceramic earlier tonight. That is just the strops. All right, so she's done, at least with the work sharp. Put that off to the side. We'll put the box back up. Also clean the grime off of the blade. Okay. Yeah. All right, we'll get some copy paper, show you what she do. Now this is not including my strops. This is just the work sharp itself, and you can see that edge is extra shiny now. Like that work sharp by itself is nuts. The work sharp setup seems to be just fine. No, that strop was hitting the apex, dude. Trust me, it doesn't look the same on camera as it does IRL. But now we get to play with my strops real quick. This will take a couple minutes and we're back to cutting. Because that strop was being held at the exact same angle as the stones were. So that strop was definitely hitting the apex. It was hitting all the things. Well, the problem isn't necessarily that it's flexing, it just doesn't have enough weight to keep itself still while you're doing that. And there's not a good way to clamp that thing down. That's like the only drawback to it, but I mean, honestly, for the price, especially compared to other fixed angle sharpeners or fixed angle guided sharpeners, I'm willing to put up with that because I didn't have to spend $700 on it, you know? You got to pick your battles. See, now we're on to, I believe, 14 micron right here. We started at 24. And now we're going down to 10. Like, as long as your edge is not too wiped out, stropping like this on the diamond paste can pretty much negate the need to sharpen. Brother, I do not know how to sharpen on a whetstone. That's why I have the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. Like, I've tried learning how to sharpen on stones, but the stones I had were raw garbage. So that wound up being not worth my time. And honestly, after watching the guys showing the Work Sharp Precision Adjust and what it can do, is like, you know what? I'm getting that, and I'll learn how to freehand sharpen later. Now, if you want some good information on sharpening, Outdoors 55. If you haven't seen his channel, he goes in depth on how to sharpen. His most recent videos really show you super macro up close videos. Like, you see some impressive borderline microscopic views of your edge, your burr, everything as it comes up. And now we're down to 2.5 micron. But some of his older but still recent videos also go into how to sharpen and how to sharpen, you know, kitchen knife, stuff the size of a kitchen knife, like how to do it properly. Like, that's information I could never provide someone right now. And you can see how shiny that edge is now. Like, that is a mirrored edge. So, like, you combine those strops with the Work Sharp. Let's see if I got some good hair to. Like, we're both shaving and flaking dead skin off there. And we get the paper out. And that's why I paid for something that gets us around the skill barrier. You know, that's the thing, is like, for hand sharpening freehand, there is a skill barrier. This gets me around that and gets me the edge I want until I have the time, energy, and money. Like, I'm not going to try to learn to sharpen on cheap stones again. I've learned my lesson there. It did not work. But Now I can kind of wait until I can afford, you know, a good set of stones and invest the time and energy into it. And I know some guys can do the free hanging paper towel cut. However, it's a different kind of paper towel than this. Yeah, let's see if you guys can see the hair on the leg there. Like, that took no effort. And that's the first time I've ever shaved a bald spot on my leg doing this. But that's if you're interested in the precision adjust and you were unsure about it, that's what that thing can do. The added strops are a bonus, and those strops are loaded with diamond paste I got off of Temu. Right? Like, if I had the confidence with it, I could shave my face with this. Okay, I'm going to give myself about 30 seconds to kind of rest my hands. And we're going to go back in and we'll see after an hour how much edge wear we have and whether or not it's catastrophic. The edge wear we had after that first hour was borderline catastrophic. It was really significant. So we're going to see how this do. But yeah, oh, Bill, you got to let me know how they treat you. You got to let me know. Especially if you've got a 6 side to go down to 1 micron. Oh, I need to get another strop just so I can get down to 1 and 0.5. Just because. I don't have to. You saw what this thing can do. You know what? We'll just pick one. Frankenstein. We're due for that. Are we going to go down to 7 viewers? Okay, enough of that. Oh man, that is so good. You know what? Let's get this box that cut like crap earlier. Let's see what it do. Yeah, I think we can quite decisively blame the edge wear on that. Charlatan! That's the word that I couldn't remember. Charlatan! I was going to call Sting a charlatan for that the crow face paint. I told you I was going to remember. But post Great Grains, it's time to atone for your sins against humanity. As many people as I've called charlatans, you'd think I would have remembered that word. Like, I would have had it in the holster. Like, Jesus. I don't know, for a minute there I was getting clothes try-ons. And it's like, okay, whatever. And then they went away. So yeah, if you remember the last one of these boxes right here that we cut was tearing on every single cut. Like, real bad. Like we were getting knees on every single cut. So now it was the amount of time we spent talking about my OnlyFans. YouTube is listening. They heard you talking about my OnlyFans and they're like, well, we don't have that, but we got the next best thing. So here's the thing, like, are these clear clothes like no underwear clear, or they got underwear on, they're just putting clear clothing on? It's like, I've seen some stuff on YouTube where like it was pushing it really, really close. One of them that kept showing up for a minute was the red bathing suit challenge. And apparently if you have the right kind of red bathing suit on and you pour really, really cold, wow. And you pour really, really cold water on yourself, the bathing suit becomes almost completely see-through. Almost. There's just a hint of a, I guess, like you can see enough. But yeah, that's wild. Like I didn't know that existed on YouTube, but if there is a way to skate around the nudity issue, someone's gonna find it. I don't know. I'm sure at some point, now that you've said that exists, curiosity is going to get the better of me, and I'm just going to have to see what the hell's going on with that. Well, yeah, once somebody finds a way around it, everybody's going to copy them. Which kind of thins the soup out a little bit. And guarantees it's eventually going to get caught and shut down. I don't understand how it's possible to shave that. I've never understood that. Because like me, like, no, I'm going to cut something that I don't want being cut. And there's like don't want being cut on your hand or something like that. And then there's do not want being cut. Well, hopefully somebody in the chat can take advantage of that. No. I've already been told that chemical hair removal burns like holy living hell. I can't imagine that guy's reaction. The one that I miss is there was a guy that snorted crushed up Carolina Reaper, and then he vaped crushed up Carolina Reaper. And that video was fucking immaculate. I'm sorry, you can post videos of doing the one chip challenge, but you can't post that video because they took that one down. Hey, internet, look how clean my balloon nut is. You're losers. Although, being fair, people are into a lot of weird crap, and there's a lot of weird crap they will put on the internet. It's just like you had the jar guy. And there's a channel called Wang, W-H-N-A-N-G. He dives into some really way more messed up stories than that. Like the My Little Pony baby batter jar, to put it in friendly terms. This kid was just depositing his seed in a jar with a My Little Pony in it every time. And at some point, apparently, he left it next to a radiator and it got really hot. It's not even the most messed up story he has. That's just the one that I can find a way to describe. There was another story. It was a blowfly girl, if you look that up, which you don't want to. But apparently she stuffed her skiddly boop with raw meat, and somehow it wound up resulting in maggots that hatched into blowflies in her inside her squish mitten. All right, that's enough. You ain't wrong, sir. You ain't wrong. I've been heavily desensitized. I've been desensitized enough at this point in my life that it's just like, oh, okay. Oh, that's a topic of discussion. Thankfully, I was out of the path of any messed up weather, but I have seen bits and pieces of how bad it got. Like when I lived way out in the sticks, I was on the I-20 corridor, which the worst weather that moves through Alabama and comes through Georgia goes right through there. And I was working on Mother's Day. And I worked at a college, and I was in the gym basically doing janitorial stuff overnight. And there was like 7 tornadoes in the area. I didn't hear a single siren. I did not hear a tornado happening, but there were trees down all around the university. Like, I got in my truck and left the campus to drive home, and trees down everywhere trying to get to my house. There was a tree down blocking the road, so a guy had a tractor trailer that he was trying to drop some cattle off in, and he got his chain out. We got it around the down tree. He pulled it out of the way, and I'm like, okay, I can go home now. And one of the guys that lived up the road from us, what we were doing, he waits until that tree is moved and then comes down and goes, "There's another tree down on a line up there. You can't go that way." It's like, you motherfucker. Like, I'm glad I helped the truck driver out, but like I had to turn around, go back, hang a left onto a road where people consistently do about 65 miles an hour with no traffic lights, hang another left, and get myself home in like the most roundabout way possible. So yeah, nowhere near as severe as that, but it was an experience. Yeah, there was one time I was hanging out and underage drinking with the friends of a friend of mine's single mom. I think I was like 19 at the time. And this dude went on a long rant about how a platinum necklace and something else resulted in free energy. And then he moved on to tornado survival, and he said, get in a fridge and then lay some stuff over it diagonally on either side, and the tornado just goes right over it. And my naive believe anything ass was still like, that is bullshit, but keep talking, sir. Yeah, Christ almighty, this new edge feels so much better. So much better. And the ergonomics on this are above average. Evasive floppy disk, what is up, dude? Yeah, it was wild because this guy said it with his whole chest. Like, he firmly believed it. Just like he firmly believed that there was infinite free energy in like a platinum necklace and some other metal. Like, it was a weird thing. Like, apparently you could scale that up enough to power your house for, you know, the rest of your natural life for free. Yeah, it's a repeat of the SOG. This edge was better than that SOG starting off, but you know, it's again that 18 degrees, and now we're going to see if the 18 degrees holds up on this better than the Albatross. That's my next question. That Albatross lasted an hour on that 18 degree edge. That being said, this knife had a lot more going for it than the SOG going into this. This is 8CR13. Which this resulted in a little bit of a providence. You know, now we can see if the 8CR lasts longer than 2.5 hours on an 18 degree edge. Provided I am physically capable of going that long. Cannot believe I forgot the word charlatan for that fucking long. What am I doing, guys? What is happening with my life? That's okay, man. We go through so many of these things that I can barely keep track of it. Like, if you ask me what happened like 3 streams ago to a blade, there's a 50% chance I ain't gonna remember it. I've had a couple where I've had to go back and watch the aftermath video myself just to get my facts straight. Like, I remember being okay with the factory edge on this thing whenever I carried it, but it did not like being fed a bunch of cardboard. And this is some of that tough to cut stuff that's like, what, 44-pound edge crush test? Look, brother, between the PTSD and the number of perfectly good brain cells that died a pointless death in the name of a good time, my memory is completely jacked up. You know, and I have people around me for my whole life that expect me to somehow just clap my hands 3 times and it works right all of a sudden. It's like, that's not how that works, dude. Yeah, that is one thing. If I'm going to go into an argument, I damn well know what I'm talking about before I go into it. Like there's the odd occasion where I will go in on an argument and, you know, I'll have secondhand knowledge and not know what I'm talking about. And almost every time I get fucking burned. Like, you know, argument lost fair and square, and I look dumb as shit in the process. But normally when it comes to, like, speaking up on something, especially if it's going to be one of those points that winds up being contested, like, I know what I'm talking about before I open my damn mouth. It's not a matter of being conceited. It's not a matter of being an ass. It's just, I see no point in speaking up if I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Oh, that's the thing, is like, one of the things that, you know, made my last marriage hell is the ex-wife would start fights nonstop. She'd be going in dead wrong. So she'd already be going in on a losing battle. And oftentimes it was blaming me for stuff other people did. And then she'd circle around to the same subjects about 9 or 10 times. It'd be the exact same point she went in on the first time. And then we go through that same circle again, and she would not change her position or anything, even the slightest. You know, pushed me to the point where I started raising my voice. And then, like a true gentleman, I shitteth ye not. Like, if I didn't do something to proactively stop it, that argument could go for 7 straight hours. And for the last few years there, almost every time I was at home, for any reason, one of those fights would get started. There goes the next 7 hours of my life. Until I hit the point where I was like, I'm going to set a timer next time you do this. If we aren't speaking like rational adults in 3 hours, I am leaving. And so she started another fight. I set the timer. We hit 3 hours and like, all right, we're done here. And I got up, got in the truck and left and just drove around for an hour. But on the way out at the end of the driveway, you know, I could hear her yelling and slamming doors and throwing stuff. And that countdown kept getting shorter and shorter until finally, like, she got the look on her face she always did, and she went to open her mouth, and I looked at her and I'm like, you know what? And I just got up and went downstairs and started doing stuff on the lathe. Because there's a couple times where it's like, you know what? And I just got up and walked out. Yeah. The 1911 was not chambered in 9mm over the course of its service life until comparatively recently. But, you know, I got a 1911 chambered in 22 long rifle. Because I like the platform. When you're at the range, the size of the hole in the paper doesn't matter, only the location. So how goes the going is we put the 18-degree edge on it. After an hour, the factory edge just took a shit. So we reprofiled the edge, and a couple of guys that may or may not still be here wanted to see how the Work Sharp Precision Adjust did, so they got an eyeball full of that. And we're back to doing our thing. So it's been just shy of a half hour on the new edge. You know, just like the SOG, it's doing so much better now. You missed it. I did finally remember the word charlatan. That was a high point. All right, let's see what the edge crush test on this is. 51 pounds. So we got some 51-pound double layer cardboard to play with. Who needs wrists? My wrists are made out of cast iron, sir. They were not when I did this, though. Actually, this thing is actually going in pretty good on the 51-pound test box. We've had other double layer stuff that was nearly impossible to cut even with a really good edge, but this seems to be cutting well enough. And this should be putting some extra wear on the edge. So if this edge lasts longer than an hour, good news. If we can get it past 2.5 hours, even better news. Oh, watching with family. Okay, I understand and I apologize. I never think in terms of watching with family. Like if I'm watching a live stream on YouTube or something, it's I got earbuds in, I'm staring at it by myself. And yeah, I'm not the most family-friendly person all the time. Especially like you get me on the right tangent, it ain't family-friendly. Brother, I am not Kentucky Ballistics. All right, I have my sweet spot for the recoil I like. And if I were really into if I was able to afford to be into guns like that, I would definitely have some recoil monsters just to say I could shoot them. But you got to think about how many thousands of dollars into that you got to be before you reach that point. Okay, this thing is doing great with this stuff. Like, I'd love to have one of those, what is it, 500 Magnum? Yeah, I probably need to dial everything back a bit and just remember that some people are watching with kids and stuff and keep that in check, because I ain't thinking in those terms. When I'm doing regular videos, yes, I'm thinking in those terms. But there's a reason it is no, it's not made for kids. I feel bad now, though. Oh God, headaches are no fun, dude. Nah, you're good, man. Yeah, that's the thing, is like you don't really account, like you can account for how much the gun itself costs, but you gotta think about how much it costs to pull that trigger. You know? You might be looking at like a $50 round of ammunition. Yeah, I know my 22 still needs to be broken in. Like I put a couple of 100 rounds through it and dealt with feed issues and stuff like that. It liked one ammo that I brought. It did not like the other one. That's the other part of that. That's like the reason why on the 4th of July I tend to buy bottle rockets. I can still have fun with them, but you can buy a big old brick of them for like $10 back in the day. Whereas like they got stuff at the store now where it's like $30 for like 3 fireworks. It's like, bro, I ain't trying to impress nobody that bad. You know, whenever I was trying to impress people, I had a bunch of pyrodex, so I could just build my own poppers, and they were loud. But yeah, I mean, yeah, knives being relatively cheap or relatively inexpensive, depending on what you're buying, is part of why I was able to get into this like I am now. You know. You know, fortunately, I've still got a bunch of stuff I haven't actually, you know, carried meaningfully. You know, they've only got like maybe a day or two of carry on them. Or I carried them before I started doing the channel thing. So I've got stuff to make content with while I'm at the point now where I can't buy new stuff. So there's not going to be like a massive content drought. But yeah, it's relatively inexpensive, especially compared to other things that you could be doing. I mean, if we could afford to buy customs, even the really high-end ridiculous ones, if we had the money for it, the wife would be totally on board. You know, if we had the money for me to buy, you know, a 700 Nitro Express, for example, if we could afford it, she'd be totally on board. I'm pretty sure she'd be on board with a motorcycle as long as I, you know, knew what I was doing with it. Relatively sure. However, as fun as motorcycles are, I have learned that I do not trust other drivers nearly enough to put myself in that vulnerable of a position. There is like such a high level of consequence for one little tiny oops. You know, I had a 1993 Saturn station wagon upside down about 7 feet in the air. So I know like my capacity for making catastrophic mistakes. And you combine that with how untrustworthy people are in traffic, especially now, when you can see at least 3 people near you that need to look up at the road like right now. Like, nope. I ain't taking that L. Now you give me some, you give me a big chunk of land and like a small dirt bike or something modest like that, I can have all the fun I want. But yeah, I ain't doing that on public roads. That was you. Sir, I will not excuse you. You are too beautiful to need excuses. Or so I've heard. Man, this thing is cutting this stuff so nice. Yeah, unfortunately, like the amount of playtime I've had off-road hasn't been as much as I'd like, but I have done some fairly dumb things. One of my ex-wife's friends, her husband had a bunch of barely running cars, just a line of them on the back of his property. So at one point, we had an '89 Honda Civic that had been in an accident and was no longer road safe, and we were going through the woods trail cutting with that thing. There was a Nissan Pathfinder that was he didn't have a legal title for it, and both the tires on the right hand side were flat. So we took that and blasted through the woods with it on 2 flat tires. We're cutting donuts in a pasture, just all kinds of stuff like that. And yeah, I think this 18-degree profile is gonna yield comparable results to the Ozark trail knife we did this with. What was the other knife? What was the other knife we had for that? Oh, the Harbor Freight Gordon knife. Yeah, we never got to use that one. My truck bed is going to be overflowing with cardboard boxes full of shredded cardboard to take to work and throw in the baler. All right, Bill. Like the last time I hauled these things to work, I think I had 4. And all 4 were quite large. But one of them didn't quite weigh enough to stay still, and the top started opening up while I was driving. So like for 2/3 of the drive to work, I'm like, please do not open up and spread shredded cardboard all over the road behind me. Please and thank you. and it barely survived reaching work. But at least you can take comfort in knowing that this cardboard's getting recycled. I don't think we got an edge crust test rating on this one. Or I already diced it up. Yeah, 44 pound. Wow. I thought that was already being shipped to you. Like, what, like 2 weeks ago? Has it been that long? It's been longer, hasn't it? Well, like whenever somebody asks, all I gotta do is say live streams on YouTube, and that's enough to confuse them. Like, I do wish I could feel confident that there was a chance that I could make money on this doing OnlyFans and just doing ASMR with it. Well, Punisher, I'm sure you'll enjoy the truck when it shows up next year. Fred the Lug, what's going on, man? Welcome, welcome. So if you're new here, a 20-sided die picked out the Duratech liner lock knife, and we've had to go through and reprofile the edge down to 18 degrees because the factory edge was straight garbage. And also, I sharpened ceramic. No, it's just, you know, when I have situations like that and they start going the direction yours is going in, I lose any faith that it's actually going to happen. Because I've had too many times where it didn't actually happen. I didn't like that cut. Yikes. Yeah, we still got room in that box. Oh yeah, no, I'm not disparaging your friend either. You know, it's just, I've had stuff like that, even with the best of intentions, just fall apart catastrophically. And it's just, once it passes a certain amount of time and a certain number of hurdles, it's just like, all right, this ain't happening. Time to move on. You know, nothing to take personally or get mad at. And of course, your mileage may vary. You may have had better luck with situations like that than I have. Yeah, it's been almost an hour since we reprofiled this thing, and we're still getting nice cuts. Compared to the nasty, gross cuts we were getting approaching the hour mark, not even the hour mark. Pokey Sly, what is up? So the 20-sided die picked out the Duratech Tools liner lock knife, and this is 8CR13, which we have worked with before. However, the factory edge on this was complete garbage and was doing the worst cutting I've seen in a while after the first hour. So we did our usual thing and got the 18-degree edge bevel on it. And we're going to see how long this lasts, or if the knife lasts longer than I'm physically capable of going. But we are approaching the first hour after putting the new edge on this, and it's still going strong. You know, it's just that factory edge was so bad. Ooh, some really hard to cut stuff. You're thinking of Duralast, but Duratech makes tools. You know, you can buy Duratech socket sets and all that stuff. Like, I'm sure they just licensed their name out to somebody that was making this knife. Like they all do. But, again, this is what bothers me so much about knives from gun companies. Like, bro, like Browning or Smith & Wesson, if they could get their name on something like this, especially at a sane price, like that would be a total game changer, especially for like the guys that like Smith & Wesson and Browning knives and stuff like that. Fook, you're going in a different direction, sir. But you know, like for the guys that, you know, religiously buy Smith & Wesson knives and Browning knives because, you know, that's their definition of a good knife, something like this hit their pocket with that brand on it, oh my god, total game changer for those guys. Yeah, that's the thing is like I have one Smith & Wesson folder that is mine and straight garbage, and I've handled Smith & Wessons that other people have owned because they're showing me, hey, I've got this knife because I like knives. And you know that thing, like, you know, a kid brings you a terrible piece of art and you're like, that is awesome, buddy. You know, they show you their Smith & Wesson knife with about 1,000,000 problems. And it's like, cool, man. You know, and like I've seen them with broken frames that guys are still carrying them. Locks that are totally whacked out. You know, blades that are just thrashed. You can kind of feel a lot of quality control issues with them. It's just like, bro, no. Well, I mean, that's the thing is, you know, they're not selling knives. They're selling, they're just selling the branding, and it happens to be attached to something that's shaped like a knife, you know? Like the cart has to go in front of the horse in this case. Oh, snap. I may have to take a look and see if I can find a Ruger knife. Yeah, it's a trinket. Second tier. Hopefully the weather's not too bad. And like I've been in dire need to cut my grass for like 2 weeks now, and every day I've had off, it has rained. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know Hogue was a gun company. I know them as a knife company. Yeah, and like Hogue is competing with Benchmade, and it seems like there's also a Hogue tax that's about as high as the butterfly tax. Because like the Deca started off, like when I put it on my wish list, it was something like 120, something like that. And I think I've seen it creep up to like 170, 180 since then. And it's just like, dude, you can't be doing that. You can't. I've got skin lifting up off that callus. Like again, the ergos on this are still above average, but I'm getting the same problem with this gap right here biting me right here, like they almost all do. So I'm gonna take a minute to let my hand rest. Huh. Interesting. All right, so let's take a look at how the edge is holding up so far. Yeah, the edge is still holding up great. Wow. Okay. That is something. Okay, that has been about 50 minutes of cutting much more difficult cardboard than we normally cut, and that edge is still nice. We aren't shaving like we were, but good God, this thing is still cutting. Yeah, okay. Knock off. You want to pick a fart? We got the robot, scuba guy, mummy, knight, and alien left. Mummy upwards. That sounds so dirty. You know that, right? That sounds very dirty. All right. I don't remember that one. That one is good. If I ever turn on super chats, instead of the Bees Blades bell, you get that. Super chat. Oh. I have got some 71-pound crush test cardboard sitting right here. I think it's time to suffer. Bill, what's up? So you missed out on the mummy fart. And I just dug out some 71-pound crush test cardboard. Yeah, no, this is a... This is how you survive a tornado with a cardboard box, right here. Okay. I do this because I spoil you guys. Whoa! All right. This is actually a far easier cut than it should be. I may end up shutting up about the diamond paste on the strop before I shut up about the 18-degree edge angle. No, no. This is probably the hardest to cut stuff we've brought out, except for maybe... We've got this notorious stuff at 61 pounds. No, 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 Punisher. No. Like, if y'all remember, I break this out on every knife just to see how bad it is, and this stuff is nearly impossible to cut. This is a lower crush test rating. This is the one where my feet have been coming up off the floor trying to push through it. All right? This is just straight up edge geometry right here. Like, it's still tough to push through this, but yeah, this cuts it. This is not me getting pushed back in my chair so far that my feet come up off the floor. What did we learn at school today? How to put guns in the microwave. Like, don't get me wrong, this is not the easiest cut that I've had, by a long stretch. But this is so much easier than I would have guessed it would have been on another factory edge. Matter of fact, okay, the Ganzo's doing good with it. You know what? Let's try the factory edge on this Ozark Trail. Yeah, I guess it's just the... Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. I'm guessing it's just the factory edges we had earlier on in the series. The Harbor Freight Gordon Paraframe knockoff. Let's see. This one's got a hollow grind, so that may have been the deal breaker. No! All right. So we're just getting better edges than we had. I guarantee you on this factory edge, it wouldn't have cut this at all. I had a dog that I lost after the divorce, which is its own story. Best dog I've ever had in my life. but his gas, that's what we're looking at right there. Is that cut almost got me. But that dog would start his gas at about 2 in the morning, and it would smell like he took a dump inside your nose. Like, it was so bad. Yeah, so I'm not going to keep cutting this box up, but we do now have like a good look at this edge. These long cuts right here are taking way too much force. Like, that's starting to hurt my hand. But the fact that it's cutting it cleanly is amazing. And now I've got some stuff to really torture an edge with. Yeah, I mean, it was so bad it'd make a vulture cry. Like, it's just so bad. I wonder. Okay, okay. I cannot say I am displeased with this edge. Let's see, what else do we got? There is literally no good reason to buy that monkey or marmot or whatever. We can teach it sign language and it can tell us what all you guys have been doing together. No, 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 no. Don't teach them that. All right, 29-pound crush test. Give my hand a break. That does sound nice. What do you mean by looking for a knife? Gotcha. I tell you the criteria that I'd be looking for, especially for a cardboard slayer. And one of the things that's on my list is one of those old knives that says Pakistan on it, or surgical stainless. And once I finish this piece up, I'm going to take a 5-10 minute break so I can use the bathroom, because I am starting to suffer. However, I will take the chat with me on my second phone. That's not the problem there, Punisher. Yeah, it's like forcing a loaf of bread through a garden hose, see? Yeah, mugs you had to flush twice. Yeah, it's a huge shit, see? Okay. Let's see. Trying to get this put back the way it was before we did the thing. All right, that's good that way. That's good that way. All right. Gentlemen, we're back. Oh my God. And we are dipping into the Rio Punch again. All right, back in on the cardboard. Yeah, now that you said something about titanium, I'm trying to remember the hierarchy. I know it's lighter than steel. I think in some respects it's supposed to be stronger than steel. Like, but I do know that titanium knives don't hold their edge the way steel does. Yeah, one of my problems with modding stuff like that is, like, I know for a fact I'll never get it clean enough that it looks like it was done intentionally. You know? So at that point, it's like, buy secondhand stuff that's already scuffed and dinged up. That way, if your mod doesn't look good, it doesn't matter. All right, Fook coming in with the knowledge. And it's about time for me to switch boxes full of shredded cardboard again. I don't know if you can see here, but yeah, look at all the adhesive that's picked up from the tape it's been going through. Yeah, we're all here because we're broke as hell. I glued my balls to my butthole again. Oh my God, what did I do? I can't take a dump because my balls are blocking up my butthole. Something that's a little interesting here is I am feeling some increased resistance on these cuts, and I'm wondering how much of that is the adhesive on this thing. So we're going to have to clean this off and try again with a clean blade at some point here. Whatever the surface is right here, it's tenaciously hanging on to the adhesive. I am at want for AMC. Now I've seen bits and pieces of Band of Brothers, and you know, I've made mention of having a difficult manager. The stuff I've seen from Sobel is exactly dead on. I say he's a good enough dude, man, but God, he's difficult. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, you know, times have gotten tough enough for us that 44-pound crush test, here we are. Like, I had to drop Hulu even though I'm waiting for the next season of One Punch Man. So I'm not going to get to watch that for a while. Like, Disney Plus went bye-bye. Netflix is still floating around. And of course, Amazon Prime's still there. So at some point, I'll start watching season 2 of Invincible. But I'm kind of letting that build up so I got something to binge. You know, I'm wondering just how badly the frag pattern on this would end up tearing my hand up. Like, it seems like it'd be a good cutter. It's D2. How slicey is it? Oh God, that is a good cut. I'm wondering how bad the ergos on this would end up being after a few hours. We may have to check that out at some point. Like the grind on that blade looks like it's set up for this kind of slicing much more than this is. And I did dig out the Kaiser Cyber blade this morning looking for what I felt like doing the pocket check to. And I tried pushing it through some pretty mild cardboard and it won't cut it worth a crap. I don't know what that's designed for outside of looking cool and popping tape. And I thought about putting an 18-degree edge on it. But it's M390. I don't have 3 days to sit here working on it, guys. I just don't. Yeah, like it's there to look cool. It's there to, you know, pop tape and do light work. But it seems like they could have made that a much better cutter. Yeah, it's too thick to be that stubby. Well, no, I mean, the thing is with the pocket checks, you know, those little 15-second shorts, it's not so much that I'm showing off what I'm carrying that day, because you know I'm carrying a knife for a week straight for a review. You know, it's more of they help the channel. They help drive people over here to subscribe. You know, they bring new eyes in and all that. And they help out with view time. So like right now I'm carrying that O-Knife Gar for its week to get that review in. But no, like the one thing that I am is I am a sucker for a good gimmick. You know, if something has a gimmick that I like, I am fine buying it, and I am fine knowing it's just a gimmick. And I do like the gimmick on the Cyberblade. I know it's a gimmick, and I'm okay with it being a gimmick. Who are you asking that question to, knockoff? Ah, okay. I was gonna say, competing for pocket time is my life right now. No, I mean, the thing with the Cyberblade is, again, it's good for, you know, light duty stuff, and it's fun to fidget with. It is fun to sit there and fidget with that thing, I can't lie. It's a great little fidget toy. It's also a good attention getter / conversation piece, what have you. Yeah, I hate when it does that. And the thing is, there's no way in hell I would have paid full retail for the Cyberblade. I found it for like $42 on sale, and M390 was something like that for $42. You can't argue with it. So I'm getting resistance on these cuts. Let's see what cleaning the blade off does. Is the edge wearing or is it just dirty? Yeah, at some point I need to ask myself and like do a video on the ones that I would be carrying if I wasn't doing the YouTube channel. Like, you know, I've said it 500,000 times that Devo Growler V2, straight up winner. I still need to get a knife by Real Steel. Like I keep looking them up and I keep looking at them, but it's always when another shiny gets in the way, and then when I circle back around to it, I'm broke. Okay, that is all the tape residue off of this thing. Let me look up the ST-139. I'm almost entirely sure I know which one that is. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I had a wider range of experience with Sativians, where the hell is it? Like the ST-133, that looks good. Was it the ST-142 that I've got? I don't know, Amazon stopped showing results. Okay, clean blade, no tape residue. I don't think it made a big difference. Guys, I don't know how much later I can go, man. I think 9 o'clock might be my cutoff. I was hoping I could maybe run longer, but no. Do not besmirch this live stream with the name of the ST-155. It's a shame too, because like Sativian's other knives, like there should be 14C 28N across the board. Like they shouldn't be jumping from like 8CR to D2 to 14C to D2 to You uncultured swine. You absolute charlatan. See, I remembered that word when I needed it this time. I had it ready to go. Yeah, I'm going to get the last of this box cut up and then start winding it down. Yeah, the ST-132, that's the... Give me a second, I'll go look. Yeah, it's this guy right here. Of the Sativians that I've got, this one is hands down my favorite. It's one of my favorite knives overall that I have. The comfort in the hand, the colorway on it, the blade shape, like everything is there for me. Yeah, I may like I said, once Blade Show is over and I can start saving up for things that aren't Blade Show, I'm going to be looking at my options for knife purchases and like content purchases. Like I said, I do want to test one of those cheap fixed angle sharpening systems for you guys and see how it stacks up to the precision adjust. Yeah, like, so my preference for most knives is a satin finish on the blade. The black coating is okay, but it's not necessarily my favorite. But those colors that I got on mine, those colors, that yellow and red, that pop of color really does it for me. Everybody that's seen it prefers the brown micarta. What the hell? Well, I happen to live about 30 minutes away from Blade Show, so you know, it's just a matter of having the money for the entry fee. And I got a buddy of mine that wants me to ride with him every year when he goes, so that's another barrier out of the way. So it really does boil down to ticket money and willingness to go. And like I kept saying, I was going to go for a few years, and getting towards the time of, like, I didn't have the social battery for it. And I don't like driving into areas like that, like having to park at something like that and then leave when I want to is a huge headache. Like, it's just anxiety through the roof. You know, that's kind of what keeps me away from that's what kept me away from going to concerts when I had the opportunities. Is just the driving, the parking, the leaving when I want to. You know, all that kind of rolled up into one. You know, if I decide I want to leave a concert, there's a really good chance I'm going to be sitting in line to get out of the parking lot for, you know, 30 or 40 minutes. And mentally, I can't handle it. Yeah, normally I don't like big crowds either. That's been a throwback from being a walking bullseye in school. You know, I couldn't walk through the building safely, and that still haunts me to this day. But, you know, like, Blade Show's just one of those things. Like, there are some things I will go do. When I played Magic the Gathering, I would go to regional tournaments and play those. You know, a large crowd, hard to navigate, all that stuff. But the reason I was there kind of superseded the anxiety. You know, I never did as good as I felt like I should have been doing my deck builds, but every time I'd go, like, my deck would either feed me nothing but land or no land whatsoever. Every damn time. You know, I had one deck that needed 4 lands to operate. Never got more than 3. The deck was potent as shit. It did great work, but could not get past 3 land on it. Okay, I think we're good on the filth on the blade. Yeah, it's one thing is I've become more and more talkative as time's gone on. And I've had to be more social. And so, like, I've always been kind of talkative, but combination of no filter and, you know, social awkwardness, social incompetence always went bad for me. So I'd have to, you know, it wasn't good. But the more time I've got into being social and being around people that it's okay to be around, the better I've gotten with being social. But it's taken a lot of damn work to get here. Why can I not get a consistent cut? Yeah, so we're still showing some pretty good edge retention here. Like, the edge is definitely not 100%. We put some wear on it, but these cuts are nowhere near as nasty as they normally are at this point. So you know what? I'll take it. I might be out of line for this, but I think everybody that's in this chat, especially on a consistent basis, all display a lot of signs of autism. And I've said it before, like, my youngest kid has a diagnosis, like an official autism diagnosis. And so they're telling me the things that, the symptoms that led to their diagnosis. And it's like, you are telling me all of my own problems. Like, literally every single symptom is one that I have dealt with my whole life. Cool. Like, there's nothing wrong with it at all. You know, it's just being on a the Make-A-Wish Georgia fundraiser, I think we did all that we could. I haven't checked on it in a while. I also don't know how hard Akil's been pushing it himself. So like, we did what we could. But you know, it's just the autism thing. You're on a slightly different operating system than the world around you, and you have to adjust in most cases. But yeah. Um, yeah, I was hoping maybe with like 1,000 subs and enough sets of eyes on it, we'd push a few $100 in there, but I think we only managed like 30 or 40. Which is reasonably, like, realistically, that's kind of what I expected to happen, but I had hopes. No, like, I've managed to find ways to adjust. I'm not 100% by any stretch of the imagination. I've still got some of the things that will haunt you for your entire life, some of those things that aren't really fixable. Like, I don't deal with confrontation very well. I either freeze up or, I cut 30 years worth of repressed anger loose. There's not really much in between. Like, I still have the things that we all live with day to day. If you're in that zone. Well, yeah, like, it's, again, like, we help some, but wow. Yeah, just without getting too dark. My home life was such an incredibly stressful nightmare that I developed some really persistent vocal tics and stuff like that. That earned me a Tourette's diagnosis, among other things. So, like, there was the vocal tics, the inability to read social cues. Um, all of that stuff. And of course, there's that thing for texture. Like, I can't speak for any of you guys, but that feeling of rolling up a piece of Scotch tape sticky side out and fidgeting with that thing for a couple hours is amazing. Like, my dad could not keep Scotch tape or electrical tape in the house because it would just be rolls of it, sticky side out, laying every damn where. I said, we're all messed up. We're not going to get into the stuff where I have to make this thing private. But yeah, well, I mean, I said, I didn't really have much in the way of knives until I hit, like, after I was out of school, basically. And even then, like, I didn't have them for long. They always got broken or lost or stolen or something. But yeah, like there's that thing of just rolling something back and forth in your hand. And for me, having it be sticky was like the best thing in the world. Like even now, every time I handle tape, I always have like a small piece that I play with for about 30 or 40 seconds minimum before I throw it out. It's just that feeling of the sticky side of tape. Like sticky and doesn't leave residue behind is the butter zone. I know one cool trick with origami. It's an 8-pointed throwing star that you can turn into an octagon and then back to the 8-pointed throwing star. All right, we are back to a profoundly shiny edge. I think everybody likes popping bubble wrap. Although I will tell you one thing I extracted great amounts of joy from is if you polish off a Capri Sun and you inflate it and stomp on it hard enough, it sounds like a gunshot. Like it is so damn loud. And I don't know if this is an age thing or anything like that, but in middle school especially, milk cartons, when they got finished off, we'd fold them back up and close the top and then stomp on them. Those were also nice loud pops. In the lunchroom, you would hear those almost nonstop, like every 30, 40 seconds. Pop, pop, pop. Fairly sure that wouldn't fly today, though. All right, how did we strop up? We stropped up to a beautiful edge. Yeah, we didn't have those where I went to school. What would happen with those? Would the top just blow and then like fizz went everywhere, or what was the end game for that? Gotcha. Well, one thing that we did have is for like 10 cents, you could buy a large styrofoam cup for God knows what reason or why they decided that needed to be a thing. So there were those of us that would fill them with water and then turn them upside down and then hand the tray in. And then the poor lady that was, you know, taking the trays, emptying them out and putting them in line to be washed, you know, she'd go and move the cup and, you know, all that water had come out. And it was hilarious. And eventually I started feeling kind of bad, so I quit doing that. But enough people were still doing it that I took an empty cup and just put that upside down and handed it in. And you could watch her like shaking as she went over to the trash can and then turned it sideways and nothing fell out. It's like, ah, yeah, I gotcha. Looking back on it from here, though, that wasn't cool. Okay, so we are back to a very, very fine edge. Are we shaving again, though? I don't know if you can tell, but it is shaving again. That's a big old wad of hair. I don't know how many times I can shave that part of my leg. See, God, I love those strops. What the hell? Okay, there we are. Yeah, it's just... Alright guys, it seems like a pretty decent place. When she sees that bare patch on my leg, she is already going to know. Like, there will be no questions asked. You know, she has had 10 years or so to get to know me. A little bit longer than that. You know, I'm just... Now, we don't have the OnlyFans set up, so... Yeah, there are limits. But... You know, we've done a thing. The ceramic will cut things now. It's not happy about cutting things, but it will cut. There we go. But yeah, this seems like a good place to wrap everything up, so I can go upstairs. Yes. It automatically closes. Now, it wasn't closing on me while I was trying to cut, it just had a hard time cutting. Yeah, no, it doesn't like it, but I also only spent, what, like 15 minutes on the strops? Like, just the fact that I sharpened it up at all blows my mind. You know, so much for you can't sharpen ceramic. Oh no, it didn't lose any size. It's not a grower nor a shower. Yeah, I am going to go lay down. I am going to get upset at Angry Birds too. And I am going to enjoy copious amounts of caffeine until it's time for me to go to sleep. So gentlemen, y'all have a fantastic night. I appreciate y'all being here for this whole thing. And we will see you on the next one, and I will announce it ahead of time, give you guys a heads up. But yeah, all you guys have a fantastic night. I'll let you know how long it takes her to notice. Deuces, people. Thank you so much for being here.